Alright then. Hello everyone. We are back once again. Because why the heck not? So we are here for another episode of the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Are you guys excited? Because I'm excited. I mean, who would not be excited? I'm here with you guys are here with me. What could be better? Alright then, enough of me yammering on. Shut up, Cameron. Nobody wants to listen to you. Let's get to the game. The last time we were here, we were met with a very, very unusual circumstance during one of the cases. Last time, if you don't remember, we saw that the evidence that we had from last case went up in smoke, and somebody died in a fire in the middle of the courtroom. Yay, awesome, right? But anyways, hold on, having a little technical difficulties here. Alright then, had a problem with my microphone, but we're good! So, let me switch over to our gameplay. We are about to start the adventures of the Clouded Kokoro, which I'm kinda excited for. I want to see where this goes next. So, strap in, get some snacks, get some drinks, and let's get to this. Yes! Beautiful screen.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Ooh, getting stabbed
Lit in
in
the
the
soft
back?
glow of gas lamps,
In the
a most
middle of the street?
extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Well, aside from that, we are back in the Lord Chief Justice's office. So, let us begin. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. That sounds like a very uncomfortable way to sleep. Who wants to sleep with lights on? What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Bureau, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I mean, isn't that what everybody does whenever you have a hotel room? You're supposed to lie down in those beds like that. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Love that. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms. That dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Yikes, £3 for one room back then? Eee. Oh, hello, Yami, welcome, hi. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Yee. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Oh, well, isn't that how everybody is? I mean, you start taking stuff and you're thinking that's for, like, a low price, and then you get the bill and you're like, oh, $500 just for one little thing? Okay. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. I can only imagine. Oh, good morning to you at this early hour. And there's Mr. Strongheart. Oh, yes, well, good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. I mean, yeah, if you look at Strongheart long enough, he is kind of terrifying. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Yeah, we did. We got to meet the most amazing man on the planet, too. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. Yeah, that's the word I'd use for it, eye-opening. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! Yay, so we passed! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. We are now a lawyer for real, guys. Isn't this exciting? My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now? Yep, we are. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. Yeah, that is true, that's true. Nothing trains a lawyer faster than that. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? No, sir. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Oh, I don't know. I didn't really want him to be cleared, though. Yep, so it's recapping what happened last time with our other client. He was found not guilty, although there was a few shady things going on in his trial, which I don't 100% agree with. Oop, press the wrong button. I still don't like the way that man looks. He looks very, very ugly. I'm sorry to say it, but I have to. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded was really innocent. Mr. Naruhodo? It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Strongheart does not seem to care in the slightest. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. Yep, so if you saw the last episode and you saw what happened to that little omnibus thing, yeah, the person inside it when it went up in flames was Mr. McGilded. And honestly, I have no problem with that, to be honest. Oh no! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. So let's talk with him about Mr. McGilded's death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yep, that was our little crime scene. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful! But is it really, though? Is it really awful for a man who was already supposed to be found guilty anyways? The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. Exactly! Wouldn't want the man to lose his job, after all. He is the bailiff of the courtroom. I pressed the wrong button again. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yep, he was talking about going back into the omnibus to inspect the evidence along with the police. He was going to help. And also, no, I'm not going to read flashbacks because we don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Yes, sir. Poor Mr. McGilded. Susato, don't have any pity for him. So, the British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Terrifying, good sir. It was horrifying. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of the Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. Yeah, I wish I had such a way with words, but I keep on stumbling over mine. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Okay, listen here, Susato. You don't have to call me out. You don't have to call me out. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. I kinda gotta agree with Susato there. That case was kinda a little janky, if you know what I mean. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? Imagining this man laughing is like the most hard thing to do. Like, you take a look at this man's face. You cannot imagine him laughing. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to the exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. Oh, what's going on? What was he going to say before? Yeah, it did seem like he kind of stuttered a little. So, the new case, tell us about it, Mr. Strongheart. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. How different? Oh, I see. Wait a minute, did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died, as of yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. This man is very on time with stuff. I mean, you gotta kinda love it and you also gotta kinda hate it. So the trial is tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Ryunosuke, we've already been over this. Yes, you are. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's supposed to be a bot, but okay. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh, so it's another case where something's going wrong and there's nobody here for the defense. You gotta love it. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow, with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. Yikes. Yep, so if there's nobody there, somebody is gonna die. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Kazuma, I don't understand what you saw in Britain in becoming a defense lawyer. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to being making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 seconds, and 26 minutes and 39 seconds until court starts. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Osogi. Listen, don't you bring up Kazuma's name unless it's actually important. I would be interested in hearing what exactly you meant by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh god, you want me to tell you about what Kazuma had in mind in like 34 seconds? I can't do that. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh? Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had the chance to tell me. I suppose that he would have done it. Oh. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Okay. I was trying to give you a nice detailed, nice little detailed thing, but okay. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Osogi never once mentioned any of the sort to me. Oh, well, sis, listen here. I'm the best friend here. You and Kazuma may be close, but I'm closer with him, so he's gonna tell me everything. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. Yes, sir. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? Yeah, good question. How long has he been there? Because I have not seen him at all. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Bye, Mr. Strongheart. There's something very important that I have to do? Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never even told me. Anyways, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. So let us come over to the inspector over here. Ooh. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Ah! Oh, well, geez. Angry, aggressive man? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah! Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? Ugh. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man! A very busy man! Dude, calm down with your eating. You're going to choke on whatever... What? Are you eating fish and chips out of a newspaper? You are going to choke on that food, my guy. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. I am so sorry to inconvenience you, sir. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. You've never heard of Japan? Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard, going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. Yeah, and dude, please stop eating like that. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is me, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Now you got nothing to say. It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull it off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Yeah, he did. Are you gonna do it without some attitude this time? The name's Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from the Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? Oh, Susato seems to know him. What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson! Let's talk to him about his amazing name. Inspector, are you perhaps... wrong button? How do I keep on pressing the wrong button? The Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication? What's it got again? The Randis magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible! Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Yeah, I gotta say that's not very, not very good. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. Well, yeah, that's already been a given. Sholmes does not like to give compliments. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. I mean, isn't that kind of what you want? That's great, isn't it? I have to admit to that start, I was a little, well, flattered by the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful! No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he last started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? I mean, that's one thing about being famous. Which is why I don't want to have fame. I never want to have fame in my life. Fame does something to people. It changes them to the highest degree, and then at some point you really don't know how to stop it. Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as egg is eggs. Why would you... You know what, I'm not even gonna question. As egg is egg. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise of fame does change people. It does, see? So, tell me about the case, Inspector. So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned, at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling that you're right. Of course Susato is right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Yikes. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her. Yep. Do not ever anger Susato. She'll kill you. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit, right? Perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. What? Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Well, you don't know that. You do not know what you're talking about, mister. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barack Van Zeeks. Yes! We get to see him again, yay! No! Yes, Ryunosuke. You do not get to say no to that. Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harboring of death itself. Or the hairbringer of death itself. I'm not. The Reaper of the Bailey. Yep. So he is. Mr. Reaper, yay! And one of my favorite characters, so brace yourselves for my fangirling, because I'm not going to let up. Lord Barack Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Senpai! Okay. When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Yep. I love this man so much. Okay. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not possible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Oh! Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say that you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. Ooh, I see. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Yes, nom 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 on that fish and chips. Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. Dude, you need to slow down on them fish and chips. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? Very inappropriate. Do not do that. He's as good as. Shaken like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, Susato, the fact that we can't win against the Reaper. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage as well. Susato, I'm not gonna throw in the towel. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine that he would be shaken like a leaf in a cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I would like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Heck yeah, Susato! Thank you. So then, shall we? Shall we, my dear lady? Yes, let's go! So let us get out of the Chief Justice's office. We're gonna go down to either Briar Road or the prison. Where do we want to go? You know, let's go talk to the guy first. I feel like we should go meet who in the world we're supposed to be saving. Oh, it's dingy down here. Ugh. So these are British prison cells. Yeah, not really the type of cell I would want to have, but okay. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. I mean, I don't know. Which one would you prefer? Cold stone, or would you rather prefer wood? Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. I'm sorry, Susato. Apparently, our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representatives is here to see you. Stop by and in the back of your cell and show your face at once. Hey, bro, be nice to the guy. Am I? Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by a number is utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Okay. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Hello there, sir. Oh, you look terrified, and your eyes kind of freak me out. Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! Oh, my man is paranoid. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, can I ask... there you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost! A ghost? Dude, please stop being so paranoid. I kind of feel bad, but then again, I also kind of want to laugh. Just a little bit. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese? By any chance? This is... beyond my wildest dreams! Oh, we made him happy. Or happy with tears, kind of. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months that I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix of a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment! Yep, get used to that a lot. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! I love this guy too. He's awesome. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can! I will! Shan't stay sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. So Soseki-san. So let's talk to him. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean as an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so good lord, all these words. So prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yeah, what's all that about? You're a visiting student here from the government, yet you are a prisoner. Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this? It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Do you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh, but just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean that you can do it, or it doesn't mean that you can do it. No! What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Oh, well, I know the pain of that, because I do know that English is one of the hardest languages that you could ever learn. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see, Soseki-san. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi! Hopefully I said that right. I am studying Japanese, so if I don't pronounce some of these words right, I am very sorry, don't kill me. But I believe that washi does mean paper. You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. So let's see, why are you being accused of being a criminal? Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no. It's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. What, before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed right in front of me, of all people? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, excusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Saseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker? That's rather strange if I do say so myself. And I do say so. So, tell me more about the case, Saseki-san. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear with heavy fog, and heavy with fog. I had been to the bookshop to buy some books and was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. You sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? Okay, Ryunosuke, okay. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her... Ooh, that looks bad. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed under the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Yikes. Ah, he's shaking. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. But this poor lady. I was terrified. Had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my leg would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. You think, Ryunosuke? What gave you that idea that this was not good? They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Saseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-headed English? And a young woman at that? I'm different. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Amen to that, brother. Because I don't really like talking to people either unless I'm actually, like, buddy-buddy with you. Yikes. I see. A young woman unknown to Saseki-san. So, already that's a red flag to say that he's innocent. Because if you don't know somebody, why would you just go randomly up to them and stab them? And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh great, this is great. So the victim was known to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time? Or, well, unknown to you. That creates somewhat of a conundrum, does it say? Or doesn't it? What conundrum? Oh no, there's a conundrum there, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Saseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then, he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But, if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? What? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Ryunosuke, I think your thoughts are too loud. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. You think? Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Saseki-san actually come to be arrested? What? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right! It was him! That accursed great detective! He led the police to me! A great detective? The great detective? Oh no. Of all the bad luck! Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live! With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness! Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! Yep. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Hairlock Sholmes! Oh, Sholmes. Oh, Sholmes, baby, no. I knew it! I knew it too. I had a feeling right when you said great detective. Mr. Sholmes? Hairlock Sholmes. Nobody can say his name right. Well, I didn't expect to hear that man's name, or to hear that name from that man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded onto the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me. "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" They thought a slice of cheese was a weapon? Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgustingly, dietary, discrimination, devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Hairlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective really is well known. Yeah, he better be well known. His overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stupid kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable, you think? Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling. They kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign film flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. That's not what you're supposed to do. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles? Manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly suppressing. I'm fine? Well, he's not fine now. Ryunosuke, please stop. Please stop being the way that you are. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? 'Cause dude, hate to say it, but the situation that you're kinda in, it kinda does seem a little bit unbelievable. Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey, only once though. But at this moment of time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh? Who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness! Why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noticed before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyways, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. That's just racist, if you ask me. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't even understand half of what's being said anyways. That's awful. Yeah, imagine going to a foreign place and people are just talking bad about you in another language that you think you don't understand. Jeez. I can only imagine what's going to happen to me when I go to Japan. People are just going to be looking at me like I'm weird. They're wrong. I studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. They've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Yep, so let's get out. We're gonna go down to Briar Road. Ooh, it's pretty out here. Oh, there's a snowman. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men at the Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Yep, say hello to the Scotland Yard boys. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see them with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. Susanto is a fangirl, just like me. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dreams come true. Oh, hi! What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Hello to you too, butthole. Oh, Inspector Gregson! This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you are well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then? What'd you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Racist! Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow. Whatever happens. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Yeah, just hearing that kind of makes it a little bit worse, you gotta say. So we can talk to the man. So the Scotland Yard about the case, tomorrow's trial. Let's talk to him about the Scotland Yard. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard. It's the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. You right. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and ruses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on their window with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. Oh, God. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. So, a Bobby's duty is to go up to your window and beat it until you wake up. Good to know. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. Nah, you gotta love the puns, people. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs well. We do have men kneeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamed of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. So let's talk about the case. What's good here? It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means that they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted this job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. So we have the local map. You take a quick look at that. Our first bit of evidence. So, our dear lady was stabbed over in this area along Briar Road. We got Calabash Road and Shum Street? Are these actual streets in Britain? If anybody knows, please put in chat that it is or is not. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene, other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm so sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Oh, well, we got witnesses, y'all. We got witnesses. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. Great, there's witnesses. Who are these witnesses, mister? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh, shoot. Well, this is going to be hard, because now we have a Scotland Yard witness. A policeman? That might change things a little. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching them bang in the act and all. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. Oh, well that's that then. He has no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand. Yep, that's something that almost every single detective does in Ace Attorney. You ask to talk to the witness and they're gonna say, ha, nope. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could warn me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that it was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Or lack thereof cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle! Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case! Also, dude, don't squeeze your fish and chips that hard. It's gonna fall. You're gonna break the chips! Yes, he's, quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Jibble gabble! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's the Randus magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appear. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of us all. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any of Herlock Sholmes' tale and all. Well, I suppose that there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. That man's as dangerous to us as the Scotland Yard, as he is to all of our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer is worth his salt to touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Heard that last time. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say that the intent was there. So this is the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into. Oh, somebody's playing My Time at Porsche. I don't know what game that is, but okay. For want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? The Lord of Darkness. Goodness me. You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Yep, we're gonna have to do it. And I have no problem with it. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh? Yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Oh man, Susato. I'm kind of with you though. I want to go see Sholmes too. Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in that case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's simply not my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Girl, don't lie to the man. It is your selfish desire, and it's mine too. So, let's go. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. It's Baker Street! Okay, Susato is a die-hard fangirl. How do you even know? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Oh, we were gonna go regardless. Yep, let's try to get our way there before Susato explodes with happiness. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So, we're gonna have a reunion already? With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. So, goodbye, detective. Let's head off to Sholmes' house. Oh, and more animation. So pretty! Okay.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
And there is Sholmes's house. And we are in this man's living room. How beautiful. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Ooh! Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Oh, Susato's not paying attention to us at all. She said, all of Herlock Sholmes' stuff. It's on display. Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog, until I can't speak, okay? I'm sorry. No English for me today. Oh, the thrill of it. The romanticism. Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I suppose I can. You're crazy. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a little while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. You think? Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hey, it's that cute little girl from last time. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go ahead and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Schultz to take on his case? The King of Bowaria? King Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. I know I did not pronounce that name right at all, but I do not care right now. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. Child! The tea is brewed, and I have freshly brewed cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. So this is the girl from last case, with Gina. The inventor of that gun that she's holding. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was rather challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look like this color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. This kid knows. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on board on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Oh, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's on another errand today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yeah, Sholmes, why you got a kid in here? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. So, Miss Iris Wilson lives in here with Sholmes. Let's talk with her. Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Please put that down! Iris, please. Ah, thinking back now, you left with Mr. Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny? She's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It is very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous, yeah. Don't let that pink hair fool you. Anyways, I brought Ginny back here after that, so that she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course. Silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea that the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? That is kind of true. I mean, does anybody actually call their parents by their first name? Because I remember when I was a kid, I used to call my mom by her first name all the time. Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, why does Sholmes have a baby in here? Or a kid? Well, I expect you found out that the lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommate. Sholmes has a child roommate. I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last. 10 at last this year. So you're gonna tell me that Herlock Sholmes, the Herlock Sholmes, has a 10-year-old roommate? Aye, that's a case waiting to happen. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh? I see. I wonder what the story is there. So, Wilson, why is your last name Wilson? Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of the Randus magazine. Yes, I've read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So, you are the author? Yep. Miss Iris Wilson here is the author of the great Herlock Sholmes book. A 10-year-old is writing manuscripts like this and creating bomb guns. Amazing. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be credible fit for the facts of this case exactly, but it is a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, are these stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Randus magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up now. Ah, yes, that's me. What? I'm sorry, your name is Dr. John H. Wilson? I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. I'm sorry. You mean to tell me that 10 years old, you are a doctor of medicine? Exactly, Ryunosuke! At 10 years old? Oh, that's, quite incredible. But, oh, Susato looks so distraught. Dr. Wilson was an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I mean, that does kind of sound a little weird and questionable. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Dang. To find out that these stories were written by a 10-year-old doctor of medicine. Incredible, isn't it? So, your deductions just now. Let's talk to Iris about her deductions of us. About before. Yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer, and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let us begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh my! First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How'd you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh! So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me that you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today? Ah! They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyways, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending a Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion to those facts. There was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says that the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there really was to it. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. And unlike Mr. Sholmes, Iris is actually a 100% correct. Good lord, at 10 years old. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? Yeah, Iris, tell us what you know, because you clearly know a lot for 10 years old. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to this crime scene. Huh. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Of course he is! He is Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Of course he's very popular. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Hey, I know that Mr. Natsume doesn't 100% seem like an innocent guy, but there's no need to call the man shifty. He didn't do anything wrong. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hits the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London's is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. Yeah, that is kind of a red flag for me too. Just imagine, if you were suspicious in a new foreign place and you immediately got accused of murder, then that means that you're dead no matter what. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Yeah, we gotta save him, Ryunosuke. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun! Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well. Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts-O-May? Mr. Nuts-O-May. Hurley said that he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know what those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? It's a letter. A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard. So we gotta give that to Gregson. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Man. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued. Yes, that's the end. Go home. I'm kidding. Now, we're going to move on to the second part of our investigation. After a quick save of the progress, because you always have to save. So, investigation, part 2. We're back on Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigations. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hey, Gregson, I got something for you. Here you go. This yours. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? From me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Exactly. Give that here, at once! Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Okay, don't wait for me to give it to you, will ya? My man's greedy about his money. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Zato, I feel like you read this entire book so much that you know every single case. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be very difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black wherever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously, it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. Yeah, that bicycle kind of has seen better days, because good lord. Ooh. That is nearby indeed. If I remember it rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right. Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards. You hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship! He's acting like Iris is the Queen of England. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yep, that's something he did. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely! So we can actually go inside Mr. Natsume's house. Or, well, his little apartment, or lodgings, as they put it. Oh! This is fancy. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Lady, your face scares me. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid! Okay, these two get excited over, like, the smallest things, but I love it. It's cute. I know. As I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the very first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day just keeps on getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way, please. So there is Mr. Garadeb. Good day to you. John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He is a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand. Don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a heck of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can't tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it is quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, same here, girl. Sometimes we don't be exercising that much, we be panting up and down the stairs. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal was just a foldero. Foldero? I wouldn't like to offer the general, though. Or wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman! Be careful! Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hand. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes! I see. Now then, I hear you want to know more about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blightly. We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of the Randus magazine here, so... No, Oh, Mr. Garadeb, are you afraid of becoming a fanboy? Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching in its curtains now. I don't like all the fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Whoa, okay there, controller. Sorry, my controller's been doing that whole Joy-Con drift thing, so get used to that if that happens, if it's just like, oh. So tell me about Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadeb, please do tell us. Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor, and the one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There's been... Ah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful. Oh, my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Lady... If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. Well, we won't be calling this maid in as a witness, that's for sure. Because she will probably kill us all. Was there anything else that struck you as a suspicion about the man? Lady, I hate it whenever you start smiling like that. It creeps me out. Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And since she's dying to tell us, let's hear the lady out. The shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate, ma'am? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books, it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every single day and comes out at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. So Soseki-san stays up at 2 in the morning just reading books. Could not relate at all. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman! Oh, my goodness, sir. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Yeah, something's kind of shady about these two. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Hey, you got that big old window. Did you look outside? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb's household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think that it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes, was there something then? It's nothing particularly significant, but around the sort of time here and Ah! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naru Hollow. Narrow Hollow, oh god. Oh, yeah? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember... Yes? Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadem? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garrideb. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on that evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. So, Mr. Natsume's room. Let's get some more information. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak? Yes. Told me Nat's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Sholmes' service? That's a blatant lie. Exactly. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us in the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on. Shall we, madam? Yes, and while we're there, we could speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. So let's leave these two losers be, and let's go see Sholmes. Kitty! There's a kitty! Hi, cutie! What? Just look at this place. Forget about all the books and all the trash that's all over the place. Cat. There is a cat, and that cat is cute. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose that's the amount of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Somebody bricked up the window? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. So Sholmes is supposed to be here, but we can't find him. No Mr. Sholmes, but Kitty! Hi, cuteness! Oh, look at him! He's precious! Oh, come back, wait! Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared in that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolored Mikey, or Miki. Yeah, Mike? Wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the court for 2 days. So there goes the cat. Still no Mr. Sholmes. What's on his desk? That desk seems to be wedged in the crevices between the mountain of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done. Mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. And look, the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. The day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attacks. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. So he was at the second-hand bookstore. I am terribly sorry, but where in the world did you come from, good sir? Hello. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? Exactly! Sholmes, honey, where were you and how did you get here? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Senpai! Ah, you two! Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Bureau. Yes, of course, the Bureau. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Sholmes, honey, no. I mean, there was a snake there, but nope. Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. That is, Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on superior's powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Honey, you got it mixed up. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. Oh, senpai. Again, I love this man to the highest degree. In truth, I hope to invite you both to my Baker Street Suite. Good lord, that's a tongue twister. The day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So, they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of amount of time? Yes, they did. I'm afraid ooh, whoa, hey, what was that? Something flew in front of my face. I did not like it. A little, Sholmes? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts. At least they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from the adventures of the entitled Sturdy in the Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Yep. Miss Wilson. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important question to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. This murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. So now we can talk with Sholmes. And goodness gracious, I am going to. So let's talk about Mr. Natsume's arrest. This is all your fault, Sholmes, but I love you. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe that was the name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really just justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I haven't not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I mean, that's what Sholmes is known for, feigning ignorance while looking people directly in their eyeballs. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? Ow. I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense, Sholmes. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote, "We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene." A man seen fleeing? There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. On the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? Not really, Sholmes. Because if Mr. Soseki goes to jail because of you, I swear, there's gonna be a time. I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsumi is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it wasn't aggravating my faculties. Hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliography. Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Sholmes, I swear. Mr. Garadeb, let's talk about the landlord. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. The military man! The military man! Woo! It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is in the services. And was the first time I've ever met a maid from the British institution that is services. I didn't think it was that funny, Sholmes. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employs a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standings of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standings? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper class of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on precarious boundaries between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. Shoot, I'd love a household maid. I could basically get another friend out of that. And it's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, the retired Army veteran, Mr. Job Garadeb. Oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of the case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he meant to say. Same here. Same here. My apologies, I had to sneeze. I did not want to sneeze directly into the microphone. Would blow your guys' eardrums out. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Oh, I mean, is he kind of wrong, though? If I was living in this place, I'd lose my mind after a while. I would not want to stay here. I would really just lose it after like a few days at most. Mr. Natsumi has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recent, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly close windows up. While the rich open windows out here, they're everywhere, or there and everywhere, in an effort to curry flavor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. I mean, I have windows, but I have like sun-blocking curtains, so whenever I close them, it feels like it's dark all the time, so I could probably live without a window or two. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, or thereabout, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in the squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered as at an extraordinarily low price. You talking like $10 per day or something? Because the room is so awful, I should think? Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm kinda curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you, Senpai. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention of become a practitioner of law? Oh, you remember that. Will you be perhaps offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. But I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. So Sholmes was not investigating at all. Well, he wanted to, but then he got distracted by the books. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fed the seed of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear on having seen the same man commit the crime. That's all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with certainty whether or not it is of any relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb, is it? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether or not the landlord's secret will prove to be of any relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, bye! A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Has he gone back to the corner of the room? Yes, he has. I was about to say, if he disappeared again. Good lord. So, let's go back to Mr. Garadeb. Let's go see what he's hiding. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell at that detective business. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. A jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much of a chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. And since no other adventures or avenues of investigation seem to open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, I see a little bag in the corner. Sholmes, honey, what in the world are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you the way that you are, Sholmes? What is he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Hi, Sholmes. Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerfully as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks the aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon, good sir. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. He had that one singular sweat mark going down his face. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean? To inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Amen to that. Senpai! Okay. And I know only too well that beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. And here we go again with the great deduction. So topic number 1, nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage as of late within these 4 walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, led us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Mr. Garrideb did not seem to like that. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you try to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in the evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. I don't think so, Sholmes. For protruding from its handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of the terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb. At Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently sauntering in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lions prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. So Sholmes believes that the beast is a lion. So the second one is aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, that blighted pose, the distress this loss has caused you is vertibly tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid a fist of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! I simply, But what we must ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain? They both looked over, they said, over there. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's the piles of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. I mean, doesn't a pile of bills cause anybody to suffer? Shoot! Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Meat, potatoes, wheat, tea. Yay! Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Sholmes, we're just gonna go and say that you're correct, just so that you'll stop talking. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, you need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Yes, the cake. The cake is the problem. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell it out its nature in the final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. And hold on one second. Alright then, my apologies, more technical difficulties. So, worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. So, Sholmes is saying that the carpet got gnawed on by a lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Sholmes, honey, I don't know if you're on the right track. They are stunned. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deduction can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes? Sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deduction just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside of a room of this size? Indeed, his only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth is all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Sholmes, honey, if you look around this room, no lion could fit in here. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garadeb and his mate would have been hurt, or worse. That's where you are stuck. No doubt, the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Sholmes, honey, make up your mind. Did he get shot by a cannon, or did he get sold off to the circus? What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. My dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands a Great Britain soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Sholmes, honey, that is very incorrect, but okay. I'll just take your word for it. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it is your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. And of course it was coming. We're gonna do this. Yep, let's get to it. We'll find out soon enough. Come on, Naruhodo. Believe! Believe! Also, sorry if I've stopped reading at times. It gets tiring reading all these lines after a while, and sometimes you just gotta keep your mouth shut and just make small comments every now and then. Well, let us start again. From the beginning! More logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the nature of the beast. Let's go over it again. It certainly shouldn't take a great... Okay, wait, I already read all this. We're not gonna read all this again. So it's not the lion statue. Yeah, I didn't see that lion thing coming either, Ryunosuke, but you know how Sholmes is. Sholmes always wants to get his way with stuff. Something with a very fierce nature? But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. Yep, so that's the question. Who is this beast, or what is this beast? This will lead us to the true answer. Oh? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garadeb's wedding. Yeah, he does look pretty happy. He does, but you can't make out his bride. Yeah, that picture got smashed. Wonder what happened. But it's possible that his bride is the actual beast. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. There are no other explanations that could possibly fit. Yet you talked about this whole lion thing. Uh-huh. We could still make out her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Gosh, imagine if you had to be told that your arms have horsepower. I mean, you know what they say, a happy wife, a happy life. Yes, that beast is your wife! Yeah! Yep, that maid over there knows something. Where's this beast? Nope, it's not the thing about the circus. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. I don't know about fragile, Miss Susato. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garadeb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. Yeah, where's Mr. Garadeb's wife? The maid, the teapot. wedding ring. So it's this lady. The maid is Mr. Garadeb's wife. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garadeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go. You might say, but... Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out homes. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? That's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regime. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Which is kind of a bit of a... don't like that. I don't like that at all. It doesn't matter if you have a maid or if you don't have a maid. But the fact that this man is calling his wife his maid, that's kind of, that's a grounds for almost murder right there. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Yep. Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! Don't tell the world that my wife is a maid. Alright, so we're gonna move on to the aftermath now. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Sholmes ain't got no fear. Sholmes doesn't have a wife, so he has no room to talk. Yeah, he hasn't lost her. Yep, so his arm has another significance. Not really that he lost his beast, but the beast still left something on him. If we turn his face over to the side, this man got snacked. Oh, somebody's playing Super Smash Bros. Yay!
Take that!
Somebody has slapped this man upside the head, upside the face. Yikes. That looks like a 3rd-degree burn. That is no slap mark. That is a 3rd-degree burn. And it even goes over his eyeball, too. Ow. Was you, Madam Joan Garadeb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes did you work that out, man? His face, if you look at him like this, it's just, he looks like a diamond. He's a diamond! That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. You keep your other side from view. Now, let's proceed to the next conundrum. why you were subjected to such a violent slap. In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garadeb to fly into a fit of rage? And they both look off to the side. So, I'm not... Is Miss Garadeb really that pissed off about the bills? Wow, Naruhodo. Women are just things. You are asking to get killed by all the feminists out there. Oh boy. Yes, she did. She said, Falcon, slap! Forget about a falcon punch, that's a falcon slap. I mean, have you ever slapped somebody so hard to give them a perfect imprint of your own hand on their face? I can only imagine how badly that hurts. I'd love to know the answer to that question. So let's see. What really tipped him off? Ooh, what's that? Bookmark? Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garadeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't? It's a note, written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. James? Who in the world is James? And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato. Don't you start sending off no notes with lip marks on them. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So, this is a love note. This is a case of jealousy and somewhat cheating.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh, Miss Garadeb looks angry. Oh, dang, lady! But I don't know the bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got in there. It was just in there, you say. That's right. That's what I've been... Yeah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, you old thing. I explained it at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place. That note must have already been there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right! That's what I've been... Ah! A likely story. My girl here is serious and to the point. She said, I'm not taking none of that. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Your name isn't really John. It's James. Are you questioning my name now, woman? Dang. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleashed a beast with the most ferocious bite. Ugh. Lady, you keep on slapping your husband to the next century. Oh, dearie me. Shums, as I've said before, the cake tells us nothing. The cake is a lie. I mean, I think we all know about the whole cake is a lie situation, right? But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that is in this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of the deduction that we need to fix up. Let's see what we can see in this area. Oh? There's a candle on the floor. Yep, one of the candlesticks is gone. Oh, well, the candle itself.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Oh, so those aren't teeth marks. Nobody was gnawing at the carpet. The carpet got set on fire. There are scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little material alteration. Well, Miss Garadeb, you set the apartment on fire, girl. Why? Yes, the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but only one conclusion here. Do a little dancey dance? After the sparks of material discord, after our marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Oh? Mr. Sholmes, sir? I salute you! Dang. Lady, you got some arm strength on you. So the carpet was scorched by a small fire. And we are done! Elementary, my dear fellow. It's these dash-long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in these pages of one particular novel, you discover some rather illicit material from which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. I don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather close to the mark. And beast is ah! Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by a fire when the candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught up between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. Dang, I can only imagine having your wife on you and you're also in the middle of a fire. Goodness gracious. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind the screen for a time being. Over here, Mr. Garadeb. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Sholmes, the invader of privacy. Ooh, that looked bad. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! up in smoke. Gosh, man, you lost all your books just because of a love note that wasn't even written to you? Then the wife started hurling things at me. So, you mean to tell me that this woman is that dedicated to punishing you that she's gonna attack you in the middle of a fire? Goodness, don't ever cheat on Miss Garadeb. She'll kill you. What a terrible sight it must have been. You're telling me, Susato. There I was, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats is coming through again. I assure you, the title did not influence my choice in the slightest. You're sweating. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deduction turned out to be a correct one, again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Ah, Carnage. Carnage is the name of one of my OCs. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure, I can't remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think? So exactly the same time as a terrifying incident that was unfolding outside the window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. I can only imagine. But hey, Mr. Garadeb, your wife hasn't left you yet, so she still kinda loves you. Oh? Really? Awkward silence, love it. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. But what does that have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Nothing? Ryunosuke, were you not paying attention beforehand to what he said? He said it had nothing to do with it. I can help you, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man might be hiding something, I could not be sure whether it was his secret, or whether his secret would prove to be irrelevant or not. I just knew you were gonna say that, Sholmes. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall onto one of only two categories, those relevant in the case and those not. That makes absolutely no sense to me, but okay. Well, no matter. It is of greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Yep, it is that time. We gotta go. We gotta go, homie. Let's go. We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think? Nope, you got no more time. You better make a decision now or forever hold your peace. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. I'm going to give him an answer. You better say yes. We gotta protect him. Protect Soseki-san. So, let us leave after this amazing time. Oh, my cousin is playing Splatoon 2. Nice. And my other cousin is playing Splatoon 2. Nice. Let's go to the prison. Oh, we got stopped? It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. Oh my. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who you calling old man, you rum-looking nimny-pimney? Good sir, you kind of look like an old, you look like Popeye a little bit if I look at you hard enough. He looks like Popeye, doesn't he? There are more things in heaven and earth, harder than our dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What do you want about? Excuse me. Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd happily help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for now. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. That's a cool pose, my guy. Get thee to a nunnery. That's also a pretty awesome pose. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to ya? That man is smiling so hard. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Haruto, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Garadeb's residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This man must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a palmist in my battle of wonder ne'er could be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, Natsume is friend with this guy. So, fair man, so good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand them, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. So, Mr. Natsume is friends with whoever in the world that guy was, and why he was smiling so hard. That man was smiling so hard, you'd almost think he's on drugs. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting our return. So Seki-san is still paranoid as I don't know what. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable rotten spy, Hairlock Sholmes! Sholmes don't pose to that. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided to drop in on my way home to see how our devastated friend is faring. Ah, well, Sholmes, this is all kind of your fault. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior room. Or the superior option. Well, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you! Hairlock Sholmes! Hairlock Sholmes. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should have never come to Great Britain. It was all a terrible mistake. Haunted by the spirits of those accursed lodging, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is beddomed. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? So let us talk to Mr. Natsume one more time, talking about the cursed trials. Okay, controller, stop doing the whole drift thing. Nobody likes that. About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Oh, so Soseki's never heard of the Reaper of the Bailey. Please, tell me, summarize it succulently, in 16 salient words. Wait, is that actually 16 whole words? Wait a minute. That is 16 words exactly. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? Ah, I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Don't you dare accuse my other senpai of murdering somebody. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Do not accuse my other senpai. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Why, of course he is. Of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me? I mean, I wasn't trying to. It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? So, the Reaper. Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London's court of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. That man's about to cry. As you are no doubt aware, in Britain's criminal trials, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based off the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Correct, that's true. Criminals and corrupted lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. So that kind of is pretty bad. I hate that. I don't like it whenever people try to bribe stuff about the law. I take law very seriously, just because I've spent all my time watching and playing Ace Attorney. The law means a lot to me. So if anybody has decided out there to become a policeman or possibly something else like a lawyer, prosecutor, don't ever have faulty witnesses, don't take bribes, don't do any of that kind of stuff. It's just, there's no point. It really is just very disrespectful and it's very bad. Because somebody's livelihood is on the line. That person may have a family, they may have kids, they may have other people that look up to them. You don't ever want to take somebody's life just because you want extra money or you just want this person to go to jail. But then again, you also have to know that you cannot just trust every single word that somebody tells you. Or something like that, I don't know. I'm just rambling on right now. Shut up, Cameron. Nobody cares about what you feel. So within months, these people all disappear. Disappear? But how? By a manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed! When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room in Mr. Garibdib's house, I assume? Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then? Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about what was going on outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then just say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." That's also true words. If you have something to say it, say it. If not, then keep your mouth shut and don't even try to mention it. Well said. But it was true. All of it was true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved in that windowless mess of a room, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I'm awake, feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hour, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown into prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really, no one at all? To believe? Yes, to believe. To believe! We need to believe, people! Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Bureau, if you recall. The Bureau? The Bureau. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Sholmes, let go of the snake. Well, yes and no. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did. Did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying! Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have even suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what's to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an over-excused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another in the final analysis is down to... words. In the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He is right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. My guy, you gotta just call him either Naruhodo or Ryunosuke or locum student, because I'm not about to read that every single time. Kazuma! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Of course he was right. He's Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it's time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be in here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student! As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo! And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it is imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to address my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. Poor Mr. Garadeb. Mr. Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. And with that, we are going to be defending Mr. Natsume. We have made up our mind and we are ready. Kazuma believed in me and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him fight in his corner. Tomorrow in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. And now we move on to the trial itself. Well there, Joy-Con Drift. So, let us move on to the trial. I still have to say, this place looks absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I also have to say that we seem very well prepared, even though we only have 3 things on our court record. And also, we never got to look at this. The Your Bookstore. Your Books. He bought a meal in Canterbury Yearnings. Yeah, being in court is a life-changing experience for everybody. Even though I've never been to court, I've actually never set foot in a courthouse, despite how much I actually like law. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Hi, Soseki! Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard of that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? I guess so, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. My dude, you're trembling so hard. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of an opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my cats were such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know what that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence. Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Everybody's lining up just to come see the Reaper? Shoot, I would too. Van Zeeks is here. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. Well, this is going to be a trial for the ages. So, this man has been out of commission for years, and he now decides to come back as a prosecutor. Something ain't right about this. I don't like the way this is smelling at the moment. But he's still so beautiful. Okay. I gotta stop fangirling over this man, but he's beautiful. Not him. Not McGilded. Go back to the other man. Aww. Let me fangirl, dang it. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? That's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, at least we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught the people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that is true. Yeah, that is kind of true. Van Zieks slowly started coming around, or Van Zieks. No, yeah, Van Zieks, I was right. I keep on calling him by either Van Zieks or Van Zieks because I never knew how to pronounce his name properly, but it's Van Zieks. Even though Van Zieks kind of sounds a lot more cooler. It could only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! I mean, friends is taking it lightly. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers! How dare you insult my senpai? My uncommon battle. Wow, Susato. Thanks. Breesh. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. You know, I could just say, forget you. And let's not forget that I'm the one defending you. That too. It was you who asked me to represent you, mister. So if I have bad luck, that's on you. Yes, that is true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight in your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, now you're singing my praises because I praised you a little bit. You're now alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will all be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire-S. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Oh, okay. It is time for the trial at hand. Let's go. Yes! That yes was said with a lot of soul within it. So we're finally inside the courtroom. We're about to be inside the courtroom. And our second trial against the Reaper. Oh boy. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client with every chance. Just like how you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. Kazuma, I miss you so much. So, it's the Old Bailey courtroom. And there he is, off to the left. Glorious beard! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. And I am fully prepared too, you know. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry? What? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point, mister? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Good sir, I will... Actually, I can't even threaten him. I don't know what to say to him. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Man, this man's already drinking on the job. Perfect. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Don't you raise your wine glass to me, sir? Giving me attitude already? Oh, but hey, wait a minute. Did I just see that correctly? In the jury, Mrs. Garrideb was there. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? What? Hey, it's the big guy from last trial. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Yeah, it's... What was this guy's name again? I know his last name was Fairplay. Bruce, that's his name. Bruce Fairplay. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I would appear. This girl looks like olive oil from the Popeye series. A little bit. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that that mustached foreigner did the deed. That's Mrs. Garrideb. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyways.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let's proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power of the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, as a certain Mr. Soseki Natsumi. And while our country has extended this forward student with the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experiences, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at the shell complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. The people here are very, very racist. I'm sorry. Goodness me, try saying that in 2022. That'll get you killed. That'll get you put on YouTube. That'll get you hung. That'll get you anything. Don't ever say stuff like that. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3!
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Honey, how do you still have so many chalices that you just break? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Olive Green, oh boy. Is that because her jacket color was, olive green? I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been in a comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped shown as the victim. I cannot read words today. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with... Okay, we're not even going to go back and read that. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to kind of speed this up ahead because we've already been here for 3 hours and nothing interesting is happening. So let's just go on ahead. Enough reading. So there's the weapon. Yeah, that is a pretty big knife. I like... With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. So we can also look at the knife, the jackknife. Let's take a look at this. Oh, also we have to look over the case file and Miss Olive Green. So, young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive Green, female, stout built, early 20s. Reporting officer, Royce Beatty. Or Rolly, not Royce. Rolly Beatty. Or Beat. Beat? The victim remained unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. And the jackknife. Let's look at that. What? Hey, wait a minute. Where's the tip of the knife? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Yep, a piece of the blade is missing. Oh, I hope it's not still lodged in that victim. God, her back's gonna be hurting. So there's a piece of the knife missing. Keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind.
Yes!
Raise my hand. You don't have to raise your hand in court.
Objection!
Senpai, you cannot do that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. You're gonna kill somebody with a flying wine bottle. Goodness gracious. Don't you sassy pose at me, mister. How are we being heavy-handed? We only just said what was on our mind. Formal testimony, please. Alright, so we're going to get our first witness testimony from Mr. Tobias Gregson. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind, and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he had just bought on his way home from a bookstore, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belongs to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Yep, so there are 3 books scattered around that happen to belong to Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume's books. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Forgive me, Lord Van Ziegs, but the defense is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? So this man just decided to run, leaving this poor lady on the sidewalk. A green overcoat. That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Well, lady, in about a few years later, about like a good 200 years or so, you're gonna find something called TikTok. That's what the world has come up with. TikTok. Just the 2 of us. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, there are ways to stab somebody without actually being there. Don't ask how I know this, but I just do. Well, we need a cross-examination, friends. 'Cause it's time. We gotta use this cross-examination to turn the tables. So let's see. Usually like fog. You know what? Let's ask him. What bookshop is he coming from? Tell me, Mr. Gregson. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Yeah, I got to see that for myself. Imagine having an entire room filled with books from the floor to the ceiling. You could not live anymore. Yep, let's look at the street map again. Where's the bookstore? Bourbon Books. And there's Mr. Natsume's house. So, he He's saying that he went down to Bourbon Books to get his books. However, that's a little bit incorrect, my good man. Yep, it is of vital importance, because I already know that that's incorrect. The bookshop's name. Let me ask you for a favor, my good man. Could you please add the name of the bookshop to your testimony? Because I'm about to send you to the underworld. To the Shadow Realm. It could be a very important clue, as I look very nervous. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Can the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books. That is very incorrect, because on here, it says that he visited a place called... That's not the card. He visited a place called Your Books, so...
Objection!
Incorrect, Inspector. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is this sunshot of a busy man, you know? This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but it's the name of the shop written on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did purchase a number of books at the second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
And this is why you never assume. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And the receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes. For what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Incorrect! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. It could be right. You don't want to trust me too soon, people. It could be right. I don't know if it is. Well, obviously, we looked into that. Where is Your Books? It turns out that Your Books is just here, on the next corner of Merchant Street, going east. So that's Your Books, that trapezoid-looking thing. And there you have it, as you can clearly see it now. Oh. Yeah, sadly, doesn't make a difference. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously training to be a clown in the way he regales us with such witticisms to your future career in the circus. And also, I do not know if this is actually supposed to be a reference to Miles Edgeworth, the other prosecutor in the first Ace Attorney games, because of one of the lines he says, I don't know if this is actually a real line, but you're not a clown, you're the whole circus. I hope that that's supposed to be a reference to that, because it's hilarious. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Susato ain't afraid to talk back. Yeah, true, he could have still passed by. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for you, my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! Mister, you gotta stop breaking your glasses, too. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Huh, she's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider these assertions just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Well, I mean, I'm gonna raise an objection to that. Yes, my lord, you can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. He could have gone down Calabash Road. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what's commonly referred to as the long way around. Well, hey, the long way around, the short way around, doesn't matter as long as you're home. You don't have to worry about such things. I mean, maybe he wants to look at the scenery. In other words,
Objection!
no recollection? Well, Mr. Natsume has no recollection of anything. Shoot, this is gonna be something. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Well, it's over, guys. Y'all can go home.
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
I love the old man's guilty. It's cute. And we've already lost. It's over. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of the queen, not yet willing to give up and die. Of course, I will beg for my rights. Yay, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Glory Beard. Glorious Beard. Okay. I'm all too familiar with this Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw away his ally. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. So let's listen to their reasons. Why do they think Saseki-san is guilty? The judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around his house on the way back from the bookshop, not in winter. That poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this thing up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, I shop that. But Birdwood books? No, not worth a visit. That old man knows stuff. I just love how one guy's really just sick of all this. He's like, can we please go? I have stuff to do. I got work to do. I have to go home and feed my kids. No, well, Your Honor, guess what? I'm about to prove that this man is innocent. However, I do not know if I'll be fully doing that today. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? We can do it, Naruhodo. Don't let Kazuma down. Yes, I know I have to turn the tide. I just make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Yep, as long as you can at least get 4, you'll be fine. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your jury examination. Yes, my lord. Smack! Yep, we gotta keep this trial going. Let's do it! The jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. I don't believe you have anything interesting to say. Nor do you. Not you. I don't want to talk to you because you're gonna get on my nerves. Dude, I want to know what you're talking about because you're the person who said, can we just get this over with? A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and the kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the road dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop, wasn't it? What? Another coincidence? That's right. Merchsham Street, was it? Merchsham Street? Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over and done with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. So this man was digging up the street. What about you, old man? I want to know what you have to say, because you're cute. You're a cute little old man.
Sorry? Fold it, did you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was, hold it. What I want to ask you was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there. Yes, I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine. You see, same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
Sorry. I like doing an old man impression, but I will not torture you guys with that. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. And it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget a day like that in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean, sir? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, if I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement, that it may be very well extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. So these people, obviously one of the guys was working on Merchant Street, which we gotta look into that. That's gonna be awesome. But, however, I believe that juror number 2 and juror number 6 got something. Because Natsumi-san did say that he saw a person in a green overcoat fall. Could it possibly be that you saw this old man? These two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. So he's no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we're all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Incorrect, madam. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Whatever do you mean? I'll show you your juror number 6 account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy street in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was this jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, madam. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. They're both rotund and wearing a green overcoat. Sorry? You need to pee. You need a pee? Nobody needs to pee here, guys. On Calabash Road. Oh my! Okay, come on. You gotta admit I'm kind of right on that. You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft, we would be roaming around there. We would have boxed off hours ago. And really, what are you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me?
Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to slip over ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat as this? Cutie. I kind of like her. My lord, I hope I won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I did declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of non-guilty. Thanks, lady. And I would too. Is it a crime to change your mind, isn't it? Well... So we got the old man. And we got the madam. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, I've managed to change a couple of minds, at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. So now we just have to figure out what other two jury members can we pit against each other.
Hold it!
What about you? My good man, you know. You want to get home as quick as possible? If there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road, it would be different. So I had to prove to him why he would want to take Calabash Road. Well, my good man, I'm about to. Thanks to juror number 5.
Objection!
Explain! Please, don't point! It wasn't me, I swear! Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words now are exactly significant, or extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's to be said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Merchant Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Merchant Street and down Briar Road. Of course, what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. Yeah, you suppose it must be right. Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone This is the bookshop, but we see now that he had a reason to go down Calabash Road. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. So my man here is going to change the leaning. Boop. What about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I'd say. Yay! We're good! The trial shall continue on.
Objection!
Oh. Delicious. And then he broke it. What do you mean, senpai? What's up? Falling for a cheap trick? Mister, you're a cheap trick. That was a horrible comeback, I know. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've just said is the truth. Indeed. A good 2 yards of road, yeah. The road! That's too right. It took me the whole day. They paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? I mean... well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? Or meters? But I don't know if I'm pronouncing stuff right, but you know what? I don't care anymore. This is my stream. I can do whatever I please. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. But what? And did you, perchance, erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the sites of your work? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hopes of passing anyways. We just turned you gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. Okay, listen here. Listen here. Don't you try to turn these tables on me, boy. Senpai, why? What did I ever do to you? Cold man? Cold man, you can talk? Von Six has been quiet like most of the time, so whenever people hear them talk, they're probably like, what in the you can talk? You know words? Pray, was there a suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. You don't remember. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man the accused saw. Well, what? But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Zeeks! Explain thine self. Exactly! Why didn't you say anything during that jury examination? Okay, listen here. I'm not just a student anymore. I'm a full-fledged lawyer. Look at my armband. so readily swayed. I mean, they are kind of readily swayed, but guess what? Shut up! I had evidence to prove it and everything. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. You have hospitality levels? You know what? I'll accept all that hospitality. The cape has come off. The cape has come off! Senpai! Okay. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. We got witnesses to do. Not to do, to talk to, I mean. Woo! Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Right. And one of them is a Scotland Yard policeman. I nearly forgot about that. Alright, no matter who Venzi brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know that he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over! And we are greeted by this sight. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. Ooh. Constable, Rolly Beatty, sir. Sir, nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mrs. Beatty. Patricia is my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Rolly and Patricia. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Couldn't tell. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge somewhat 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs collecting taxes. Oh my. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. Yes, we've seen the life of a frickin', the life of being a bobby. The life of a bobby is ever hard. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But the London bobby is a man of honor. This man of honor looks very tired. And a man of slumber. That brother's gone home. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beatty? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. He's gonna be one of a kind. Oh. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Blah. Oh, Rolly. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog of the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered some things before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and we went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. But didn't you say that was foggy? How did you see him clear as day? It's extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Yep, they're saying that they positively remember seeing Soseki-san, but I'm already calling, Boulder Dash to that. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Imagine if you were just on your wedding anniversary and you come across a woman lying dead in the middle of the street. That's kind of just sad. Forget about the fact that that's also scary. That's just sad. She's still got to go out with her man. Yep, the life of a London Bobby is also falling asleep at the middle of during the stand and during the whole court. We'll be over in minutes. Mister, you offend me, sir. Well, hey, just because they say they saw his face doesn't mean jack. Dang. Well, it seems the jury is swayed because this is a Bobby we're talking about here. Bobbies are some of the most reliable people that you can count on. Yes, my lord. Let us go on with our cross-examination. What the witnesses saw.
Hold it!
So she likes a man who's in uniform. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. My man is talking in his sleep. You gotta love that. Lady, that's a problem if you don't recognize your husband in normal clothes. Yeah, that doesn't seem healthy, per se. Policing is your life. Ooh, what's that? What you got? What is that? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. I like the way that he salutes. It's cute. Yeah. So you don't fight the crime, you just report the crime. My god, they really are the cutest thing ever. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? Okay, you have to admit that they are a really cute couple. Look at their eyes. Even their eyes are shining at each other. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. Yeah, it is a pretty over the top. My man really just spun, or well, his wife spun around.
Hold it!
So, here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to press on every single statement that Miss Patricia has to throw at us. And just because I do not want this to take forever, I will only be commenting on certain things. And this might actually be a two-part stream. This might be a two-parter. Because I do have stuff I have to do. And I can't really be here for another hour. But that's fine, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with streaming for this long, right? Nothing wrong with it in the slightest. Lady, you also gotta stop yanking your husband's scarf. Or, well, is that how you two are just connected? You guys just have a scarf, a really long scarf in between the two of you? Pedestrians. Are you quite sure that there was nobody else? Madam, are you okay? They're still cute together. I gotta say, I want a relationship like theirs. If I had a relationship like that, shoot, I would be happy. I wouldn't need other people, I wouldn't need friends, I would just need a relationship. But I am way too ugly for relationships. Let's just be straight. Ma'am, you're going to break your husband's neck if you keep on pulling on that scarf. There's books on the floor. Yes, sir. Man, every single time you do that salute, it's hilarious. Yes, sir. Rolly beat, reporting for duty, sir. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Again, lady, you cannot say that in 2022. That'll get you killed. Yeah, any more insults you want to call this man? Rolly just went back to bed without his wife even knowing. He said, sleep. I mean, isn't that how all people like sleep in class? You start trying to listen to your teacher, but then after a while it gets boring and you're like, I don't want to listen. I don't want to learn about the history or whatever you call it. Yes, sir. Sleep. We ran straight over, of course, and went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Police box! So Miss Beatty decided to go by herself to go to the police box. So, you guarded the scene of the crime. So, the woman who was stabbed wasn't even on his beat, so he just decided to report it. What a good man. What a good London Bobby. Oh, you're making me blush, isn't he, darling? Break your neck. Van Zees, you better not be flirting with another woman while her husband is right there. Sleep again. Let's just move on now, shall we?
Hold it!
Again, I highly doubt that you saw him immediately. Lady, could you please stop jostling your husband around? Jeez! What What did this man ever do to you? He's just sleepy. Right. The light of the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Dang, that's some thick fog, like some thick grits. Now could you please stop shaking your husband? Her husband must be having like the worst nightmares ever with all the stuff that's happening. He probably first thinks that his neck is getting broken. The other times he feels like there's like a freaking earthquake. What? Ah, yes. It was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, hunchback, cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. It's unmistakable, sa! So they're 100% sure they saw Sasaki-san. So that's it, isn't it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think? Oh, well, I mean... They seem to be 100% certain, and there's nothing we can really do about it. So if this is all true, where does this leave us? Oh, well, yeah, that is true. If all of this stuff is true, then that means we are about to get that guilty verdict right now. If Kazuma were here... Oh... What you trying to get at, woman? A contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? I mean, I could try that, Susato. Mr. Lawyer, sir? Can I ask you something? Of course, Miss Shiny Eyes. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it. Lady, you can't use your husband to fight. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dared question how reliable my testimony is? Lady, chill. No, it won't do at all. I'm gonna throw a hissy fit. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide on giving him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that really will. I did not mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. Well, how about you test yourself, lady? Test yourself, since you so graciously want to try me. Tell me, every single name in them books. Bleh. Rolly's not having it right now. The names of the 4, but... Lady, you've just given yourself away.
Objection!
You just gave yourself away, honey. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, the What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingums Something. The Thingummy Something. I'm sorry, Miss Beatty. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yep, These are not your books, these are my books. There's only 3 books. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print. Yep, the photograph of the crime. There's only 3 books. There's only 3. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Lady, I'm gonna just keep on offending you until you stop talking. You could be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! No!
Objection!
Yes, senpai? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that can't be relied upon, my Nipponese friend. Huh? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Why do you say that? He's seen right through me. Oh no! What are you talking about? To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. The matter is now up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
Excusez-moi! But what about the photograph? There's only 3! Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. You have another print? You butthole, you should have shown it! She's holding one! No! No! There, you see? You see? Look at that! Look, 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 look! Yes, I see, lady. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia is always right, sir. Miss Beat, and the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq? Lecoq? What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio? 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 I don't know. My wife is flawless, sir. Well, great. What became of the 4th? Yeah, where's the 4th book? Oh, you have it as evidence, do you? Now hand it over so I can examine it. I will examine the heck out of that book. Give it. prosecution rest. Well, I'm about to read this book, so... Huh. The name of this book seems familiar. And the scorch mark seems familiar, too. The back of the book is severely burnt. Now, where did we hear about a fire recently? What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. I mean, kinda did. Every single prosecutor you always have to be afraid of. Well, dude, you're already married to her. We're fine, Susato. We're fine. We are Naruhodo. Well, I said his name backwards. I was about to say Naruhodo Ryunosuke, which is the technical Japanese term for that. You always say the last name first, or the family name first, and then you say your first name. We raise an objection. We're not just gonna stay quiet.
Objection!
Shut your face. I'm not done yet, boy. No, my learned friend, it's over. No, it's not. It's not over until I say it's over, so shut your face. Shut your beautiful face. Shut your beautiful face, good sir. Just shut it. Well, it may be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Hey, listen here. Listen. I may have a crush on you, but I will... Actually, that'll all be the thing. I do have a crush on you, but shoo, do not ever talk back to Susato-san like that. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice to be essential and her opinions invaluable. Go ahead, speak your mind, sweetie. Well, this court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. And you believe that the new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Yes, I do! No, Susato, you're right. Thank you, Susato, you sweetie. Yep, she's managed to get us one last chance for this. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Van Zeeks is not happy about that. He said, nope, you're not supposed to do that. One further piece of evidence. Evidence that offers, those...
Take that! Objection!
Well, you didn't look at the book to the fullest extent. Yes, you make yourself clear, my lord. Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. The vital clue is right back here.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to do.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that the fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Well, there's only one truth that it does hide. This may be a stretch, but we're about to show it. I can tell who this owner is. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay the inevitable, or your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. So, it's Susato. No. Oh, Gregson's 44. Somebody's playing Animal Crossing. Saseki's 33. I did not mean to do that. Alright, I forgot. But this book belongs to John.
Take that!
A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? Oh, he seems surprised too. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury's duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would just be so much easier if you just drop it. Yeah, just drop the idea that you're this man's maid. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. Shut your mouth. This is not mere conjure. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, Constable? A fire, my lord. Yes, so we talk about the fire. Also, if you look at Mr. Garadeb, his head is in the shape of a moon. His head is in the shape of the moon. He's the moon man. He's the man on the moon. Yep, he talked about his favorite book, The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Also, this face that Van Zieks is making, yes, just yes. This is mwah, mwah, chef's kiss. By Jove, that's the very same title. That's the subject of this debate. Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you told the court is about a book by the same name that was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable. It's not entirely unreasonable, my guy. Fire was marital discord? Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Lady, you say that after you've been jostling your husband around, using his fist, and also freaking yanking on that thing. Yep, so Mr. Garadeb's we're gonna get a little flashback of Mr. Garadeb here while talking about it. Yep, he had burning books.
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no reports of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass, but the window was open. Dude, I don't know about you, but I don't care if it's winter, I don't care if it's fall, I don't care if it's summer. If there's a fire in your house, you open up them windows. Yes, I do. I believe. I wholeheartedly believe. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Lady, that's what you're gonna come back with me with? Claiming our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? Actually, lady, you did that. I didn't say anything about that. It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is just sully our family's name. That's not my intention. You did this. Don't you smack the guy over there? You just have a very violent rage, lady. You smacking people in all directions. Too right. Yep, well, here we go again. Sorry? What was that? Well, here we go again, y'all. What's your position, Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Never mind, I'm gonna shut myself up right now. That leg came down. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I gotta say though, his boots look really nice. Shoot, I would love a pair of them boots. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's listen.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
That's twice now. It's over. We're done. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mrs. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. We gotta do a second one of these. Because we can actually do this however many times we want. Shoot. We only have one chance, though. We gonna do it again. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. So this is a to be continued. And normally I would say, hey, let's continue this and go forward. Surprisingly, I am not doing this time. Yes, as I said earlier, this is going to be a two-parter stream because goodness gracious, I've been going on for a while and we're not even close to being done. So, we will continue Trial Part 2 in the next stream. I might actually possibly do that tomorrow. So, I'm going to call this stream here for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out to watch me and to listen to me ramble on and to listen to me talk about stuff. I greatly appreciate it. Well then, I thank you for stopping by, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Angel Rose is signing out now. Have a good day, everybody, or a good night, or evening, or wherever in the world you are. See ya!